Boa tarde. Dando sequência aqui na 15ª semana
Good afternoon.
de infraestrutura e internet
To carry on
no Brasil.
with our forum,
Dia do ICS Fórum
day
19,
2 of IX Forum 19, we are going to start our afternoon activity.
minutos aí no horário do
We are
previsto.
running 15 minutes late,
Iniciando aqui, queria convidar o
but I would
Gessian
like to
Ferreira
start by
Cavalcante,
inviting
do
Gessian
Fórum,
Ferreira
que vai
Cavalcanti
falar com a
from
gente, fazer uma apresentação
NIC.br.
sobre computação
He's
quântica
going
para
to talk about
administradores de
quantum
rede.
computing for network administrator. I mean.
Boa tarde a todos. Muito obrigado aí pela aceitação do tema.
Good afternoon. Thank you for
Obrigado
taking
por
my
estarem
topic.
assistindo.
Thank you
Esse
for being here
assunto,
watching.
ele surgiu num fórum,
This
fórum
topic
LACNIC 43, que foi em São
came
Paulo.
from LACNIC 43 Forum
Depois da
in São
palestra do
Paulo.
Kaique Pérez, da NIC,
After Kaique Perry spoke,
colega nosso perguntou para ele
and someone asked him
sobre os riscos da computação quântica, né?
about the risks of
Aí o
quantum
Kaique
computing.
não estava no assunto, né? Ele falou,
And
não vou te responder, não sei responder. Foi
Kaique
honesto,
said,
naturalmente.
I don't know,
Só
I
que
cannot say
aquilo
anything
me
much about
impactou,
that.
porque eu tinha
But that
acabado
was
de
something that
participar do
really
curso
impacted me. I had been
de
part
computação quântica
of
que
the
o NIC
course of
promoveu dia
quantum
10 antes.
computing promoted by Nick
Preocupado que eu
one
também não sabia
week
responder.
before, and I was concerned because I did not know
Aí
the answer myself.
foi sendo aprofundado a minha vontade de mexer com isso,
I
apesar de não estar
decided
programando na
then
computação quântica
to learn
com
more
frequência,
about that, even though I hadn't
por conta
been
das
working
notícias que a gente lê
with
nos
that.
jornais e sempre vê que o assunto é tratado 90% das vezes
And I could see
superficialmente.
that the
Apesar
topic
do
was
hype,
just
né?
approached very superficially.
A gente vai falar um pouquinho dos físicos que estão por trás disso, mas a gente vai
I'm going to talk
procurar
about the
focar
physicists
bastante o que
who are
interessa
part
pra
of
gente.
that.
A gente tem que começar pelo código binário, por quê?
We have to start with the binary code.
O quântico é híbrido.
We say that the quantum computer is hybrid, but if the quantum computer were not hybrid,
O uso dele.
it would be very hard to use it.
A gente trabalha com os qubits
We work with qubits
em estados 1 ou 0 na hora
in
de
states
escrever e na hora de
1
ler.
or
Na
0
hora de iniciar o
when
circuito,
writing
dizendo,
or
começa tudo
reading.
em 0
Everything starts in 0
e na leitura também sai um código
and
binário. Não tem
it
como
follows the
o
binary
que se
code.
fala
We
também
cannot
de
do
híbrido
without it.
é principalmente na questão da
Why is it
infraestrutura.
hybrid? Because of
Para
infrastructure.
acessar aquela geladeira, precisa de
Accessing
computador clássico,
a classic computer, we need a classic computer, and I'm going to tell you more about that.
para acesso e para controle.
For access and control.
Então, não vamos esquecer do código binário que vai estar sempre presente.
So bear it in mind, binary code always there.
Mas o mais importante são essas duas figuras aí.
The two most important things are these figures you
São
can see.
imagens que a gente
They are
pode ver
images
também na mídia.
that we rarely see in the media.
Que o programador tem que
And this is
visualizar
how programmers see the quantum computer. Each square is a qubit, can be 0 or 1,
E os tracinhos entre cada
and
quadradinho
the hyphens in between
significam
each
o
square
entrelaçamento,
is
o emaranhamento quântico.
the quantic intertwined fibers.
Por
One
exemplo, a gente não consegue
pulls the other.
forçar que o computador quântico
We cannot force the
utilize, por
quantum
exemplo,
computer
0,
to use qubit 0
15,
and qubit 15, for example, on its own.
obrigado a fazer o caminho todo
We
pelo
necessarily
computador.
have
Da
to
IBM dos Estados Unidos, eu sou obrigado a
take
utilizar
all the way
0, 1, 2, 3, 4,
using
15
qubit 1,
para
2,
poder
15
realizar o
and
cálculo.
to make the calculation.
Da empresa chinesa, CTC,
But CTC Computers, Chinese company,
chinês que me explicou isso. O que
and
é esse tracinho? Não, é o entrelaçamento.
it's the intertwine, the
Os dois permitem
contact
criar
between
pontos
two
cruzados
sides.
na nuvem,
Both can be used
tempos
in
determinados aí.
cloud for specific periods of time.
Outra coisa importante de destacar,
Another important thing to highlight is that quantum computer,
natureza, ele ainda não é quântico assim no nível
It is not
fotônico,
quantic in its photonic nature. When it generates random numbers, it's static. There is no programming behind it. But now we are working towards that. Therefore, it is an engineering challenge, inventing chemistry, physics, problem resolution, microwave, laser, everything very well organized and programmed.
Pouquinho de opinião, né? Às vezes
Sometimes the examples that we hear are not that good. That's the Scheringer's cat. I don't know if you know it. They are all broken and intact at the same time. But well manufactured plate. So you know exactly, can you control how many of them are going to break? There is a statistic behind that. That's a slow quantic computer, but still there. Now overlapping. A qubit, can it have all the stages at the same time? States at the same time? Yes, because they are all the same. And we suppose they are all the same. How can something absolutely equal can have different results? That's the concept of overlapping. In quantum computing, it's something very practical. You have to repeat the experiment. And what is the experiment? It's a quantic chip. We watch videos. The chip that is within the quantic device is down there, small. They call it experiment. You repeat the experiment in Python language or graphic interface as many times as you need it.
Esse é gerador de números aleatórios.
This is a random number generator.
Poderá haver controvérsias, mas
you might disagree, but in this case,
quantas vezes eu vou rodar o meu circuito?
How many times are we going to run the circuit?
Shot.
Let's say one shot.
Esse circuito vai rodar uma vez para sair
The
o meu
circuit will run once to go from the random mode. But the Python packets,
a biblioteca Qiskit da IBM.
This is the Qiskit library by IBM. And here we have a visualization of adequacy. There are four options: 00, 01, 10, all fully balanced. Your quantic circuit has what, 50, 60 qubits? We don't want to see the equation. It's going to be giant. And that's why we need a simulation
Combinação possível.
For each specific combination. Something important to say, we have circuits with 100, 1,000 qubits, but there are others that have 1 million gates. These squares, there are dozens of port or gate options. You can get to 100 million squares, but qubits will be 1,000, 2,000 tops. Now, what really matters is, this was created by the Military Institute of Engineering. It tells us how we can set apart the traffic of qubits to quantic encryption. If you are interested, you can have access of the RFC. So you segregate traffic, such as if it were out of band. We need specialized fibers just to run optic qubits. Now,
o
vulnerabilities.
cabeçalho do HTTPS,
The header of
vulnerável. Se a gente
HTTPS
quebrar o
is
RSA,
vulnerable. If we break the
a gente abre
RSA,
o cofre e pega a
we
chave
open the safe,
criptográfica
get
simétrica,
the
que é a
symmetric
que
encrypted
verdadeiramente
key,
embaralha o teu tráfego. Agora,
and
veja,
that will
se já
tangle
tem
all your
atacantes
traffic.
guardando esse tráfego
If
para
there are some
criptografar
attackers
depois,
storing this
então eles
traffic
vão arranjar
to
tanto HD
uh,
para guardar esse pacote.
encrypt it
Mas
later, I
vamos
don't
lá.
know where they're going to be able to store it all.
A professora Jaqueline já explicou um pouquinho sobre isso,
Professor
né?
Jacqueline has already talked about
Quem
that.
vai ter o primeiro computador quântico usado de
Who
forma
will have the first quantum computer used
O que eu quero destacar?
for practical
Que a gente
purposes?
vai ter aí um roadmap para as
We are going to
chaves
have a roadmap
pós-quânticas que não
for
são
all post-quantum
atacáveis pelo
keys
computador quântico.
which cannot be attacked through a
Elas
quantum computer.
Tem aí um roadmap das autoridades certificadoras.
It is a roadmap
colocarem
of the
as assinaturas
certifying
usando essas
agencies
chaves.
to place
Esse
signatures
roadmap
using
tem
these
aí no mínimo
keys.
5 anos, que às vezes
It's
até
a
quase a
5-year
validade do
roadmap.
artigo científico.
Sometimes it's as
Se o
good as
artigo tiver
or
10
the
anos de
duration
validade,
of the
pode ser
sensitive
que ele já esteja
files.
comprometido.
If it has been, what,
Outra
5
coisa
years in
interessante,
existence,
então,
maybe
que
it's
eu tive
impaired.
oportunidade, é que já se tem essa recomendação para os teus certificados
There is
terem
also a
validade no máximo
recommendation
45
for
dias.
certificates to be valid
Eu
for
pesquei
maximum
acompanhando sobre isso.
of
Eu
45
achei até
days.
muito.
Sometimes I think it's too much.
Pouquinho aí de RFCs para quem
RFCs, for those who like
a
it.
discussão daquele internet draft ali tá bem legal sobre
The discussion of internet draft is quite interesting about quantum internet.
figura que nós vimos da rede
The figure that we saw
ela
about the
permite
segregated network provides
todos eles
different
cadastrados,
devices,
todos eles apropriados para que
all
a
of them
internet seja segura,
appropriate for internet to be safe,
invadida, né?
not hacked.
Exemplo que a gente quer dar é sobre o OpenCSL 3.5.
An example, OpenCCL
no Ubuntu.
1.5.
E ele te dá aí pelo menos aí essa lista.
So OpenSSL 3.5, available on Ubuntu 25.10.
Uma utilidade prática, né?
There is no practical use for it, right?
Num certificado com esses algoritmos. Mas
Here we
pelo
have a
menos quatro
generation, the
tipos.
certificate with algorithms. Maybe we need some other 4 here,
MLChem e outros.
MLChem and others.
Ali no cantinho um computador quântico didático.
Here we have a quantididactic computer, 1, 2, 3 bits,
CBPF da Unicamp.
and this is the team at the University of
Essa
Campinas
geladeira eles compraram
taking
separado.
care of this
Tem
device.
fabricante
They
que
purchased it
fornece só a
separately.
geladeira.
There are manufacturers that provide only that, the box.
Eu acho que foi momento aí de entrelaçamento entre nós.
This was a moment of learning more. I had prepared another talk, 1,000 versions of the talk.
Tem alguma pergunta para fazer?
If you have any questions, I'll be glad
Aquele videozinho lá?
to answer that. Can I still show the video?
Inicialmente parado é o nosso qubit. Observe que
This
cada
is the
novo peão
qubit.
fornece energia
Each
pro
new
seguinte, de
peon
maneira que
provides
ambas
energy to the
velocidades
first
da
one.
rotação.
It
É uma
reaches
analogia ao
angle and
computador
speed.
quântico.
It's just like quantum computing.
Esses são os qubits e o
These are the qubits
micro-onda programando
and microwaves programming. It will have to run 1,000 times to get to the final results. Thank you all very much. Questions, anyone?
Alô? Alguma pergunta para o Gessian?
Questions to Jessiane, anyone?
Acho que não.
I don't think so.
Oi? Ó, pessoal, o entrelaçamento quântico vai acontecer agora.
Quantic entanglement will happen
Quem souber a música,
now. If you know the song, you can sing it, okay? He's going to play his harmonica and sing.
Love, love me do. Cadê o pessoal cantando? Por isso que precisa simular várias vezes, para logo em seguida o resultado se estabelece. Obrigado, gente.
Valeu, obrigado, Gessian. Bom, dando sequência, queria convidar o
I would like now to invite Sérgio Rojas with PCH. Sérgio is going to talk about DNS and CAST.
Aqui para frente. Tá. Perfeito. Obrigado. Boa tarde, obrigado, Júlio, pela
Good
apresentação.
afternoon. Thank you very much for the introduction.
Para quem não me conhece,
For those who do not know me,
meu nome é Sérgio
I'm
Rojas.
Sérgio
Eu sou
Sérgio
paraguaio,
Rojas.
moro
I am
no
from
Uruguai já há muito
Paraguay,
tempo.
and I've been living in Uruguay for a long time.
Connection Manager
I
da
am
PCH.
interconnection manager of
Também sou um membro
PCH.
ativo da
I'm also an
comunidade
active
da
member
internet. Eu trabalhei
of
muitos anos para
internet
LAC também.
community. I worked for
Na área
LACNIC
de
many
administração
years
de recursos numéricos
in the area of
para a região da
number
América Latina e o Caribe.
management
Também sou
for
moderador
Latin America and the
do processo
Caribbean.
de
I'm also a
desenvolvimento
moderator
da LAC.
of the
Também
development
fui membro
process
do
of
comitê de
policies for
redução dos
LACNIC,
processos
and I
da
was member
AIANA.
of the
Então,
committee of
eu
reduction
tenho
of IANA
um pouco de
processes.
experiência
I'm
na
kind of
rede
experienced
de internet.
in internet
Pelo que vocês
community.
viram, eu sou paraguaio, como eu
As you
falei.
can see, I'm from Paraguay, but I'm
Não sei se vai sair português, se vai sair
try to
espanhol.
speak Portuguese. Let's see how good it is.
Se tem alguma palavra errada ou inclusive alguma palavrão, tá?
If I say some wrong words or even bad words, I apologize in
Então, vamos lá.
advance.
A PCH. Levante a mão, por favor.
PCH,
Quem
please
tem
raise your
ouvido
hand
sobre a
if
PCH?
you have ever heard about PCH.
Tá, eu apenas vejo 10 mãos.
I
Então,
only
é
can see
perfeito.
10 hands.
Sei que mais de 100 pessoas aqui vão conhecer sobre o que fazemos.
It's great. We are going to
Como
teach more
trabalhamos e
people what we
como
do,
vocês
how
podem
we work,
aproveitar o serviço
and how you
oferecido
can benefit
por a
from
PCH.
the services offered by
A
our
PCH
company.
é uma organização estabelecida nos
PCH
Estados Unidos,
is an
uma
organization based in the
organização sem fins de
US.
lucro.
It's a regular
Oferecemos
company.
de
We
segurança
offer
e suporte operativo para pontos de
security
infraestrutura
and
crítica,
operational
especialmente em DNS.
support services
E quando
for
falo de
critical internet
infraestrutura
infrastructure,
crítica, estou falando de PTT, de pontos de troca de
such
tráfego ou
as
IXP, né?
IXP.
Então, maiormente, nós operamos dentro de IXP.
We work primarily with
Como eu
IXP.
falei, o serviço maior conhecido que oferecemos é o
The
DNS.
service that is known the most is the DNS of NCAST.
Como funciona o DNS, mas
You all know how it works, but for those who are not familiarized, I'm going just to give you a brief overview. Computers can only understand IP addresses and not website names. It's quite easy for us to recall website name, www.ix.br, we know, but not the systems. And that's what there is a server to translate that. DNS is here, and it realized that the address here is 200.55.247.173.
Lembrar esse endereço IP. Provavelmente em IPv4
But nobody's going to recall this IP address, right?
Então, essa é uma analogia que eu sempre gosto
This
de
is
fazer.
an analogy that I like to make, how DNS works.
Quem de vocês lembra número de celular da sogra?
Do you remember
não fixo,
your mobile phone of your mother-in-law? Nobody can recall it, I'm sure. What do we do when we are going to call someone? Your mother-in-law, for example. I don't know, I'll get my mobile phone, my phone schedule, and look for my dear mother-in-law. I click, and the communication happens. But what if In my mobile phone, there is not her phone. I'm going to call my wife. Please give me your mother's phone. Come on, you don't have it? Can you believe it? Well, anyway, yesterday the mobile phone broke and I still do not have my mom's number, but she knows it by heart, right? So, but she doesn't know it, so she calls her brother. Her brother tells her the number and she calls me the number. Then it's stored in my mobile phone and I start having it. And that's how DNS works. Somewhat more complex, right? But that's exactly the same situation. The computer tries to access. I think it's an old presentation. I had made a change. I think there was another presentation. Anyway, the computer tries to access NIC.br. The computer does not know how to get there. But in a common scenario of a residential user, usually there is a DNS user. Some companies, large companies, have their own DNS server. But here the internet server has it. As the resolve server does not have it, it will have to ask someone else. That would be my wife in my analogy. Then we go into the root service, and it's going to say, well, there is someone trying to access that root service. The same as a phone call. TLD says, yes, I know who has the number. I know who manages the website, for example. And then we know who has the IP address, send it to the computer. As there is an IP address, it goes straight into the server that has a website, and then we can open the website. This is how DNS works. Of course, it's more complex, but to some extent, it's like that. In the 90s, websites were very static. They were not dynamic. The websites today are much more dynamic. But in the past, it was just one pack of XK, and there were queries. A packet would go, another one would come. But today, who knows this platform, or this one, or this one? Everybody uses these platforms. According to studies, for each screen that the subject will change, between 50 and 60 queries of DNS are going to be made. You might say, yes, there are waiting time, there are lines, and there are few DNS packets that are sent there. But why are we going to limit ourselves to that? Why send the traffic out? Many countries do not have that root service. So a DNS query in a Pacific island, the packet will go to the US to have its resolution done and then come back consuming the broadband of the country.
And why don't we have the server copy and from that island and we install over here? Anyway, for that, we have to use the NICast technology, which is to have the same server with the same information. The BGP protocol will reach a DNS which is closer to users. The idea is to spread the same server with the same DNS number as close as possible to users. The service which is offered, the DNS cache, where over 200 for example, the NIC NIC.Australia, NIC.Panama. There are several NICs, right? Which have a partnership with us. They confirm it and they leave a copy of their domain names registers at our server. Let's see how many servers we have and where we are present. Let's say, taking that scenario into account, .k, .au, .panama, .argentina, they all have a copy within the CH server. In addition, we have a partnership with the Maryland University, which is responsible for root server, and with NASA, which is responsible for the root server and letters D and E. We host the root server within our DNS server. We also have a partnership with the recursive DNS, which I'm gonna explain soon. All the DNS services in our services. Where do we have a presence? Where do we work and operate? And the service it's good to improve connectivity. Here you can see the client on the left that is going to have a query for a root server. And it's going to ask the DNS server, the closest one, where they will delete IXP scenarios. So they have to go through Panama, Mexico, US, and if the same copy is within the EX, the client that is connected to the IXP and ISP1, which a connection to that, if they have a DNS server, the query will be local. There is no need to go anywhere else. The only resolution will take place locally. Remember the several platforms such as TikTok and others that consume too much DNS traffic. We are able to save broadband, but not only, we are able to keep the local traffic, which is key. Our package has to leave our country. And we're very happy to be able to collaborate with that process. And this is where we have presence at 338 IXPs all over the continents. In Latin America, 38 countries.
Aí tinha outra gráfica. Vou te dar uma, Galvão. Bom, então, aí tinha uma outra gráfica. O que queria dizer? A presença no Brasil.
How about our presence and participation in Brazil? We had installed a server 20 years ago, but that is an old device. It was discontinued for like 7 years ago, and we had to turn that off.
Graças à ajuda do NIC.br, né, eles doaram servidor para nós.
Thanks to NIC.br that donated a server to us where we were able to install it again. And 2 weeks ago, we were able to run the server.
Não tenho a gráfica aqui para mostrar, mas no momento que nós conectamos com o root server.
And once we connected to the root server, our server started to process up to 5,000 DNS queries per second. Can you imagine that? And they keep that amount of resolution in the IXP Brazil. What else? Our server is linked to the root server, and all other members who are linked to root server, they're going to learn about our routes, and you don't have to do anything else. Just talking to the IX root server, you are going to get the routes and you're going to use the DNS server. But for those members who are not yet talking to route server, we have a very open policy where we may set up a bilateral pin session that can be done easily. Quad 9, we have a partnership with them. I know that my time is up. For those who do not know Quad 9, you all know this recursive DNS number as well as this other one, right? Quad 9 offers the same services, however, with a difference. I'm not going to go into details of queries. The IP address of a certain domain. The difference is that Quad 9 has a partnership with 25 or 30 companies which work with security, where they collect a list of websites with threats or with the sites that could have spyware, phishing, and a blacklist is created. Once the computer tries to access a website and they verify they are in the blacklist, the DNS servers do not let us access the website. But then you may say, well, that is not a computer in my network. I have a good antivirus, a good spyware. But what happens with the apps? How to install an antivirus on a refrigerator? That's almost impossible. An IoT device may have a security breach. 1,000 devices are affected. If you set up 999 on your router, at your home, or any internet provider setting up 999 to all clients, they are going to protect all other devices. Another important feature of Quad 9 is data privacy. An IP address is kept on the Quad 9 database. The European connectivity, the RGPD, Quad 9 is based in Switzerland, and they may comply with the RGPD and fulfill some of the regulation. So you set up 999, and for internet providers who'd like to set that up to your clients, you can also do that by HCP, but we recommend to keep a regular scenario with their own recursive, but with the DNS recursive, and for Quad 9, that is going to be a forum. Send an email to us, and they will help you. This presentation will be available to you.
Isso tudo já terminando. Não sei se tem tempo para perguntas, para qualquer coisa, sergio@pch.net.
If you have any questions, just reach me. Thank you.
Estamos com o tempo aí estourado, a gente não vai ter. Quem quiser
Yes, we
consultar o
don't have
Sérgio,
time for questions, but talk to him privately.
Eu queria convidar o Ednei Luiz Maia Fernandes,
Ednei Maia Fernandes from the Bank of Amazon, who will talk about net flow in the front line, visibility, detection, incident response at a finance environment.
Pessoal, boa tarde a todos.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for accepting my submission. I know how important it is to be here and talk about net flow.
Na visibilidade, detecção e resposta a incidente, tá? Em ambiente financeiro,
Detection, visibility, and any response to incidents at bank institutions, you know the importance to use technologies at our favor. Net flow, my name is Ednei Fernandes. I am a network administrator. I work for infrastructure and production for the Bank of Amazon. A member of CSERT, very active, always following all incidents. I'm evangelist of IPv6 and also father of 2 girls. And if you need any additional information, you may find me at LinkedIn. In the past years, we are no longer in that scenario where there was a bank assault, then there's kidnapping the manager or exploding the ATMs. And now our threat authors, they discovered that once applied and working, it gives us an amazing financial return. So they are no longer small groups and they became organizations with specialized departments in frauds like that, especially for electronic frauds getting into an environment and to capitalize as much as possible as consumers or as suppliers. That became a facility to all groups where they produce it and they have a directed attack to some type of infrastructure. Inside threat, which is our weakest part of the chain, and if that is not well trained, may hinder the environment and attack in the supply chain. Banks, they protect themselves, but suppliers that are not protected, that may become a target, telco operators or any other company that offers services like that. And the central bank is doing a very strong work with a number of resolutions, such as the one detection, responses, and retentions of registers and events, the Data Protection General Law, and international norms, such as SWIFT CSP, ISOs, NPCIs, and DSSs. They have a certain way over the auditing and they have to fulfill with some challenges. And then visibility. This is a headache for any infrastructure and security teams, where usually you have 2 teams working at 2 different lines. First, production and infrastructure, and second, people from cybersecurity, and third, auditing and compliance.
Grande parte do tráfego interno não é
Most
visível.
of our internal traffic is not visible. Many lateral events, they do not generate alerts clearly.
Passam desapercebidos se não tiver uma visibilidade de rede. E às vezes,
Undesirable access, sometimes they are not visible, and depending on the size of the infrastructure, you cannot map everything.
entra o NetFlow, que ele consegue dar visibilidade.
And NetFlow gives us visibility without payload detecting behaviors.
Comportamento estranho.
This is a weird behavior which may cause a damage in my infrastructure. And what is NetFlow? NetFlow is a technology which exports metadata, was initially used for traffic monitoring.
Cobrança baseada em uso e logo em seguida, né, foram ver os benefícios, a gente começou também a usar como segurança e ampliou mais.
Also, thanks to a number of other benefits, it was used as security and other features. They work under flows, which are compact services following the behavior without checking the payload. Despite being a restraint, not checking payload, they are able to detect some behaviors and then update problems. NetFlow is not an IPS or IDS. It has no, that's not the goal. NetFlow is not a full packet capture. It's not a syslog, neither a firewall log. It's just a traffic statistics summary. It does not see what is being streamed, but it knows who said what to whom for how long. And if that information is well applied, we are able to detect some threats. Doesn't mean that that is a silver bullet, but together with other tools, will allow to add more security into the layer. We know that you don't have just one single layer, you have several layers. There are different versions created by Cisco, version 156 and 9. The 5 has no IPv6 support, and currently we have a version 9, flexible fields via templates, defining a set of templates with the information that you need, and that varies from one infrastructure to another. The IPv6 standard, which follows the same standards of NetFlow version 9, and we have the simple flow and JFlow. Related to Juniper infrastructure. On the right, you have an example of a JSON file with an example of NetFlow. And anytime they are analyzed correctly, they may help us to solve our problems. And that is divided in 3 functional blocks. We have the exporters, which are devices that issue flows such as switch, and then we have the router from Cisco, load balance A10, firewall, Fortinet, and cloud AWS. We have collectors that receive them. They support 25 DP. They organize, receive, and store flows. We have the star flocks from Cisco. They've just changed their name. Elastic Stack, Traffic. We can tell if KOS was being applied correctly. Gigamon, which is a solution which recovers flows, produces flows, and sends to the analyzers who will manage intelligence. And here we have 2 examples where in the network cybernetic protection, you have to better use the analysis, use cases, and joint actions with the ADR tools, analyzing the flow, generating insights to SOC, and there are some examples such as Scrutinizer, from Plixer, Flowmon, Progress, Dark Trace, Vectra, Trend, and Cisco. We have a number of NDR solutions available in the market with lots of promises. You are all experts, and we identify the top talkers. We analyze the traffic baseline. ISPs, they do that easily. Loops, floods, and asymmetry detection, latency, jitter. That is highly used by those who work right into the infrastructure. Top source, top destination, and top applications by ports. You should use that considerably. It's very helpful so far. Despite there are some visibility tools, we still use NetFlow at bank institutions for some analysis or insights.
When it's applied to infrastructure and to solve problems there, it becomes interesting. Within a flow, I can detect a beckoning. After it's impaired, the app just goes there and connects directly with the thread. So here I am, let's start adjusting it. This is an example. It's a machine 1080-1055 communicating with the external environment, making short, low-volume connection, repeated at fixed intervals. And this is important. And when we have this case of uses, we can detect them.
Constant volume, that is a characteristic, and that will always happen. There will always be someone that will bring a device, in the device will bring, and then you can take it. This is the famous C2, longer session, low volume, and rare destination.
Trafegou 268K em 420 pacotes, né? Característica de
That
C2,
is a feature of a C2.
do ambiente. Estou falando isso aqui, se a gente for olhar isso aqui nos próximos exemplos, fala bem de ransomware. Ok? Sessão persistente,
persistent session, throughput, common destination, usually a C2, which may be a threat or not.
Faz C2. Quem não fez C2 aqui, né, é que atire a primeira pedra. Acontece, mas hoje o cuidado é muito maior e a
But today the care is much better.
Vem a exfiltração de dados, né? Flows longos e baixos TPS.
Long flows.
Né, que é muito característico ali, exfiltração por DNS, que eu vou citar mais lá na frente. Sessões de 30 minutos de sessão.
30-minute session.
Alto, e a extração que chama aqui low and slow. Né? E, para finalizar,
we have low
laterais,
and slow, and then the internal and lateral scans, which are the lateral movements. Always there is someone that gets an Nmap to detect with good will or not.
E aqui eu tenho um exemplo clássico dessa máquina em nosso exemplo, usando, fazendo...
This is an example with a scan at several servers.
Dentro de processo de comprometimento do ambiente, ele está tentando procurar servidores Windows usando a porta 445.
They are trying to look for Windows servers.
Ele vai ter o SMB versão 1. A versão 1
This is the version
extremamente vulnerável que tem que ser desabilitada, né?
That has to be this,
iniciar a brincadeira.
and then they will start.
Característicos de movimento lateral e scans. E aí, o que a gente consegue perceber? Muitos ataques, a gente não precisa olhar para ver que está sendo um ataque. O comportamento,
we don't have to see a payload. The behavior can tell us the necessary information so we can have a more assertive action. And as we get to the cycle of response of incidents, where we see baseline detours, they work in the contention to know who is the person that I have to block, that I have to do all the work as to eradication, because I'm going to check if that traffic has been done, it's no longer hinder and no longer going to the internet or communicating laterally. And lessons learned at the connect flow, as it can give us a history from the beginning and the end, and who was initially committed, and then they reduce human error. And there are some cases to simulated one infiltration. We have an impaired internal host, which will try to explore data via DNS. And we have many DNS queries with a high package volume, but a continuous communication with one single DNS, which should not be the DNS of our infrastructures. And just servers of a company and telco, and they communicate with other servers. And here I have a table in the Elastic Flow where we can see with the communication at port 53 with 200K of transfer within 3 minutes. That is characteristic of a transmission. First, the same address of origin and destination, high number of packages, very consistent, continue and parallel flow, where we can clearly see it. Next, there are some statistics. DNS per package, that is a constant traffic, typical of low and slow. Then we have the other one, the machine is receiving inside-out packages. The other one are the batches per package, which is another characteristic and very close. They create a base 64 file to try to cheat the DNS verifications. Geolocalization is also another characteristic to be well observed. It sees the alert, analyzes, initiates the contention process within the endpoint. NetFlow will not solve the problem, but it will help to show where that is happening, and an ATR solution will do that in addition to the firewall blocks. They confirm the DNS and then the block and the whole process of analysis to understand why it happened. Another brief case is ransomware. I remember that in the first days of GTR, much has been said about ransomware. That is like a code. Everyone will get it. We just want to know if it's going to be softer or not, and how can we analyze that initially. We have a becoming, which is before the encryptation. Right after that, we have the elastic flow, where they may see IP addresses, destinations, fixed intervals, identical volume, 443 port. There is no payload access, but here we have all the evidences, and that looks like a becoming within a ransomware attack. The suspected communication of C2 Within the flow, we can see extended times, long, short, low volume, rare destination, and to close, a lateral movement, where we see that this is a machine within the network assessing other networks, which will probably not be necessary. Firewall may block them or not, and there are situations where the rule was set up openly, where we release the 445 to some networks, or maybe human error or any other wrong standardization, and that can happen to anyone. Fast and sequential SMB attempts. So ransomware announces itself before they steal any data, before they ask for the millionaire bitcoins for rescue. There will be some evidences, and simple solutions such as NetFlow, if well applied and set up, can be very helpful.
Some implementation practices with CM and DR to automate processes. Planning of collection. It's no use collecting from all places at the same time. It should be strategic, gradually. It's no use simply creating the tower top down and keep on doing it. And always use version 9 prefix according to the characteristics, very active, welcome, setup elements, and always use NetFlow option 9 and IVP fix. Another important point in the issue of NetFlow use is with consumption. There is consumption here. If you make wrong parameters, it becomes like a monster you cannot manage. That's going to bring you even more headache. So exporters will need that because of increase of processing, collectors, and storage. That's going to be a lot of money spent and should be well structured to optimize resources. Basic rule: poorly configured exporter, that's going to shut down the system. So we always have to pay attention to these items and have very good planning. In exporters for the network, sampling is also important. We are not going to have one-to-one in all operations. Core internet 1 to 1000, 1 to 2000, data center 1 to 200, 1 to 500, and if it's very critical, 1 to 1 in a very specific segment. What is the consequence? Reduction of memory, behavioral patterns.
Outra coisa também que apagou aqui, eu me perdi, mas assim, o escopo da coleta,
scope of collection. Collect NetFlow, where it's going to add value. Maybe there is a segment which is being underused, which is not relevant as it should. There is less flow, less noise, and less cost. Whenever possible, adjust with the characteristics of each company. It's no use being too high or too low. Avoid flow exposure and review the load of collectors. Other best practices in dimensioning: planning in packets per second and not megabits per second, in my opinion. There are some items here concerning CPU. Always measure that with a 40 to 30% margin. Be careful about DNS enrichment, because you are going to generate problems of processing. You can bring down the collector or analyzer. So in my opinion, GOP and DSN are very important. In storage, retention is very important. Maintain retention at different levels, 1 to 7, 7 to 30, and more than 90 days, because this depends on each characteristics of each company. If necessary, maintain it. If not, if you have money, you maintain it. But if not, you can dispose it whenever possible and have cost control and have a predictable performance. Optimization, there are some important strategies, always related with key practice, collector, FPS, enrichment, only essentially, retention in layers, and as I told you, what is hot, warm, and cold. And operation will monitor it daily. Some errors that we might make, I have made them, and are expected. Collect everything, use one-to-one in all links, retain at flow permanently, everything without need, and ignore organic growth. Typical result, a monster that we cannot really manage. Expensive, underutilized cluster. Net flow implemented, it's cheap. If not, it becomes really a operational problem. Some challenges that I would like to share with you, because I think they are really important. Elevated volume, which impact the collector and degrades SOC. CPU overhead is always important, not to break down the equipment, or code cost. NetFlow is a good technology, but there is a whole architecture, an ecosystem that will depend on that. So we have to be extra careful. And best practice including ecosystem, strategic planning, so that it generates return and can be used for the benefit of the business. Do not treat the solution as technology just because it's cool, but rather because it's going to add risks and bring benefits to the environment. And finally, I have 4 key messages to share with you. First of all, this is a risk. That image that we have in the past of having a firewall that would not protect the other layers is a risk. It requires internal visibility. This is quite evident in all companies, especially in banks. Internal observability is essential. It is a basic requirement to protect financial organizations. We really have to take good care from inside and outside. Dominate the flow. If we understand how the flow happens, we can really transform invisible into visible. And that flow, it reads behavior, not content. It gives us the evidence we need for effective action, and then we can review malicious initiatives and strategy. Safety and infrastructure walk hand in hand. Fully aligned with the business, we have to generate value to executives so that they understand that this solution is going to bring much more benefits than effective cost. And that's it. Thank you all very much. If you have questions, please let me know.
Oi, temos perguntas para o Ednei?
Are there questions to Ednei?
Acho que não, Ednei. Muito obrigado.
I don't think so. Thank you very much.
Bom, dando seguimento aqui,
well, carry on. I would like to invite now José Emílio Júnior with CGI.br technology. He's going to tell us about what CGI.br is. It's a new service that is being offered at XBR here in São Paulo.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about CIP-IX. It's an initiative that was created by an association, by a working group of this association. It's been in place for a long time. We've been having problems of interconnection, an old network legacy. We've always talked about TDM conversion to IP, but it was something that didn't used to happen.
Mais ou menos ali da crise ali que a gente teve ali em 2020, né?
Since 2020, we've realized that we really had to migrate the TDM networks to IP, and CIP-X started from that, SIP-IX, CIP-IX. I would like to thank NIC.br, one of the organizations that really believed in this initiative. Nothing would have happened had it been for NIC.br's guidance about the meaning it has to the industry. Talking about Hub CIP-X, it's a neutral point of interconnection to all operators, being as TFC, SCM, and SMP. What do we try to bring to the market? First, neutrality. There is nothing behind CIP-X. And this is why we are in the infrastructure of NIC.br, because it's neutral. It is a project that was part of the regulatory agents. It sees the project with very positive perspective. And for the market, we believe we are going to reduce drastically operational complexity. For those who are in the phone industry, you know how complex it is. We have reduced significantly the implementation time. Some people know that an implementation of telephone systems in Brazil may take 1 to 2 years. It's a very slow, expensive process, and there are many carriers that give up because it's too slow a process. Optimize the cost of infrastructure. Another very important point, when you have interconnection as a provider, to have interconnection, you need to ask to have interconnection and create communication means. 10 years ago, we would count the number of carriers we had, but today there are over 700 carriers, including SMP and STC. And now by 2027, there will be SCM, which will also operate telephone services and will ask for interconnection. This is going also to require additional quality. Some talk about internet connection, but we know that internet does not have the same quality when you have a dedicated link. Now, talking about time here, CIP-X started in March, and it became a company in March through our own software. It is not a market software. It was developed for this purpose. We had a signature with IXBR. We contacted them. We signed a contract with them in June 25. In August, we had the implementation in the data center of João Dias, the first ISP, and why São Paulo? Well, because we have the highest concentration of traffic points. And that's exactly where we started our proof of concept with 4 carriers, and we could validate so as to generate benefits to the market. 4 carriers were part of the process. They are part of the process today, exchanging traffic among themselves. In November, we had the official launch. In December, We are closing with 10 carriers. It's very small, but this is our first communication of CPX, you see? And our planning for 2026 is also to expand to other localities, Rio de Janeiro, Ceará, Paraná, and Rio Grande do Sul. It will be one per state. What are the benefits of CPX? Agility in the process of interconnection. With the proof of concept, we had an 80% reduction in the time required for implementation. It's really fast. We generated 70% in savings. As you connect it once, you can talk to all connected carriers. Simplicity in the process of setting routes, which we know how complex it is. You have to create all the different routes. So by doing that, we have a much simpler concept and very simplified routing with a point of connection where carriers have access to different traffic. What does it take to participate of CPX? You have to be an authorized carrier, STFC, SMP, or SCM. First, you have to access BR Telecom and have NR1 with a valid authorization to operate in your region. Once you meet the conditions, then you would be qualified to request compliance and join CPX. You can see now there is a tab talking about complying with CPX. If you answer all questions, then you will get that seal and you can contact the CPX. It's really easy to join. It's an easy operation. And then a centralized CDR is what we are going to have. One advantage that we have, and we've heard a lot in the market about the shake, CPX started to do that, really. All calls are checked by CPX. We validate the carriers from origin to destination. There is not going to be any call sent unless the number belongs to its own plan. And this is why we talk about validation of origin and not verified calls as Anatel used to classify it. Here, we have the legacy world. Even if you change technology of TDM to TP, we still have the need to have connected links to operators. When you migrate to CPX, there is one link talking to all participating carriers. This is the real topology, where you have all installed platforms in the data center of IX, and where participants, through their connection, can be connected with your network elements that deal with the cycle and the call. Why is it important? As I told you, you join the system of NIC.br, you are going to become a member. There are some questions to be answered to log XBR, and once you answer them within your own connectivity, as you have it, you are going to have a new NUT at the same network domain of CPX, and there you can start having a traffic exchange for telephone. And how does it work?
Once you have the VLAN, our team will reach you where they will set that up on a BGP session. Networks may publish their public IPs, or we give you a block of private IPs to avoid any conflicts, and then you can start your traffic exchange point. Today's SIPX does not interfere to the so-called Anatel verified call. If I have the participants, the call will be identified and authenticated. You can even, that's a call, it's an identified and verified call as any other regular call. The SIPIX would not interfere into the call.
Quando a gente traz para o nosso modelo aqui do regulamento, né, da Anatel, então esse é o cenário da Anatel.
This is an Anatel scenario where you have all the call authentication and the SIPX in the middle, authentifying that in a transparent manner, where you're going to lose the verified call. Here you may learn more about the flow and the SIPIX compliance. You get to the IX portal, and after that, we validate if you are an authorized person, if you have, and then if so, you get the VLAN, and with a contract proposal, which is very simple and fast, you sign the contract, and then we have a kickoff meeting with the carrier. That is a technical project meeting, very simple, where we map all the routing. And once the routing is done, you set up the session, you upload the network, and you may allow traffic to all participants in that network. You also will have access to a SIPIX portal managing all participant and participant carriers, thanks to a dashboard that will help you to know how many channels and caps you are using. If you have an interconnection process with carriers, you have to create and set up your SBC, establishing the number of caps, ports, capacity. This dashboard helps you with the network resource. You know exactly how many channels you are sending to a carrier or to another. You have that information without just creating randomly demands. And to conclude, after this brief presentation, the idea was just for you to learn a little bit more about our project and initiative. SPIX is a pillar. We are talking to the agencies every single week, because it's important that regulatory agencies understand that SPIX makes sense to the market. It helps in optimization, innovation, technology, IP technology. We have to have a state-of-art technology and avoid a legacy networks, which wouldn't make much sense. Efficiency. We know that once you are connected on one single IXP and you are able to share and exchange traffic with all carriers, that adds high efficiency to the sector and to carriers as well, from operating perspective, resources, and implementation, and the future, what to expect. We know that fixed carriers or telco, they still have some opportunity left. Carriers, they are leaving the market, opening a new opportunity for CDMs, which by 2027 will consider the telephone market, the telco market. So there is an opportunity. The ACM carriers, they are born over a convergent infrastructure. That's it from my side.
Temos perguntas para o Emílio?
Are there any questions to our speaker?
Eu teria monte de perguntas, não sei o pessoal aí.
I have quite many. I don't know about our participants. Hi, I am from Internet Way. Congratulations for your talk. I have two questions. Today, we have the STFC certificate already. For those who have it, what is the SPIX benefits to us? And second, we have lots of problems regarding toll-free numbers. If we don't have on region 2 or 3, that will not work, or we work on region 1. If we close a business with you, are we going to have that working at the 3 regions? Well, answering the first part of your question, you don't have to exchange anything. Stay with whatever you have, because SPIX will not replace, but to help new carriers to benefit with the interconnection with the SPIX. Well, let's say that my current interconnection is ineffective. May I change it? Yes, you may, because that you may be an alternative route to whatever you already have in place. And as to toll-free numbers, if you are within the SPIX, and the main carriers, they have to participate as well, otherwise that wouldn't make any sense. And then the SPIX transfers that into the network, and then you are going to have the toll-free number for traffic exchange point.
Olá, Douglas. Uma pergunta bem rápida, tá, Júlio?
I have a brief question, Júlio.
Falar que você não ia ter tempo, mas
aí é sacanagem. Público daqui é talvez um pouco afastado do mundo de telefonia.
I guess that most participants over here, we are not so much into telco carrier. We understand the BGPs, route servers, and there is another scope, which are the IP telco routes, BGP, server restriction of backbone or not. So, you know, maybe that's not very clear to a public, to an audience like ours, because I know it's complicated if you go into technical details, but at least people will learn a little bit more and maybe feel interested in searching for that technology. RN1 is a national register that any carrier will get from telco, so you can become a telco carrier. That is also a register that BR issues anytime that you open a branch to be charged by that carrier that is closing that call to you at that location. SPIX interconnection complies with the NIC.br IX rules. I mean, there is one single MAC, you have a connected port at MAC, and the number of queries that I showed you right in the beginning are exactly the questions asked by IX. What is the MAC in use? What is the exchange point of traffic? And then they're going to say, well, within that MAC, you're going to have another VLAN, which is a voice source to communicate to SPIX. SPCs, they will be routed through the MAC.
Acho que para ajudar todo mundo, que assim, quando a gente começou a conversar aqui, né, com
Let me add something to these comments. Our initial idea was to offer you an infrastructure for the traffic exchange. But those that will get to the IX to become a new participant, they will go through a regular activation. They'll have to supply MAC to go over the quarantine. It's standard process. The only difference, though, is that there will be a VLAN on the way. IP addresses, BGP, management, they do everything, none to do with us. We just offer the network infrastructure to allow connections. So there are several carriers. I even prefer to have a fully dedicated port for that, as the traffic is very low. 10 giga ports are enough. That's it. Okay. Main large carriers, they want to segregate. They want to have a dedicated port to them, but that is an action that they carry out directly with IX. They ask for the door, for the port, the IX sets that up, and that is a VLAN that will run just to exchange voice traffic. But most of them exchange voice over the port they have in place. Good afternoon. I am from RNP. Still along the same topic. Are there any recommendations for the use or incentive for NIC.br? I think that's what he said, I'm sorry. And the answer is no. That is an important network to communication between carriers. And as we are talking about telco, maybe there would be a chance to foster the use of those networks in the ISPs, IXs. The idea is we have to take SPIX as close as possible to providers where the IXPs are. We have chosen São Paulo because this is the city where we have the largest exchange among carriers. But that will be set at other traffic exchange points so they can get closer to providers, and any other provider who would like to use that as of 2027 they are going to have their own numbering. So come and talk to us. We have enough expertise to help you in understanding telco over providers. We have a remote question who asks, do you work or do you intend to work with any VoIP solutions for public entities? Well, in fact, that is transparent, working with public entities, as our clients nowadays are carriers, being STF, SMP. We do not work with our end users. Our clients are just authorized companies. If providers, carriers will work on a public entity within their network infrastructure, that is transparent, and our clients are then authorized clients, those that he mentioned now. Okay, thank you.
Bom, dando seguimento aqui à nossa programação, queria agora convidar
Next in our agenda, I would like to invite the speaker from Ed1, who will talk about AI applied on ISPs operation.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Vamos falar pouquinho sobre inteligência artificial.
We're going to talk about AI. I prepared this presentation and presented it at LACNIC, so I ask for your patience if you were there. But we've tried to brought a practical approach.
Basicamente, a gente vai falar sobre os impactos.
We are going to talk about the impacts, positive impacts, that the application of this technology can have to the operations of ISP.
Primeiro, desmistificar, né?
First of all,
Fala sobre custos operacionais.
when we talk about operational cost and AI, we talk a lot about reduction of workforce, and AI is not all about that, right? It is about expanding your operational capacity, scaling up by using efficiency provided by technology, and improve the quality of your services so that you can make faster, assertive decisions in real time. What motivates the use of AI in ISP? Our networks have increased, the number of devices are increasing, protocols and logs. If you analyze everything that's going on in your network, you cannot have that through NOC and have people analyze what's going on. The volume of new system telemetry events is too high, and the traditional model of NMS with manual dashboards and warnings doesn't work. There will be a time when you have lots of people sitting in the room and looking at screens unless you speed it up. AI implementation leads to significant reduction of the time to identify failures and have them repaired, especially concerning the correlation and the context that you can bring by analyzing these warnings. Here we have a fiber that is ruptured in a network. It may mean a signal failure alert, but drop of aggregation, SLP timeout, bundle degradation, down interface, BFD, MPLS, and a number of other things. One event may generate 10 alerts and 10 analyses that the NOC operator will have to run. If there is a fiber rupture, and you have it here, according to the model that you've trained, so your operation can be more assertive and faster. What are the operational challenges here? Well, the main one is data volume. It's been growing. It's generated by devices that require appropriate analysis. Simple database won't have enough capacity to analyze them, especially because of cardinality, which is the amount of parameters that you have to correlate to get to some specific conclusion. If you don't have this analysis, you cannot have relevant correlations. Let's say there are 10 events which are completely disconnected. So you end up making decisions which are false positive and without any context. Well, the door is down, so what? Which clients have been impacted? Where is the traffic going to? Is there redundancy? Is it a priority? Yes, no. How do I deal with that? The problem is not lack of data, but rather excess data without appropriate analysis. Where does it get really integrated? So I have an actions here with AI divided into two things, basic ones, quick wins, and those that have higher complexity. Those that are basic are related with efficiency of monitoring of NOC, correlation of events, prioritization of warnings, identification of root cause, some kind of automation, and natural language as a co-pilot to NOC operator. In other words, training time, learning time to a NOC operator which has high turnover would be much reduced. And there are more complex situations which are related with predictability. Analyze historic history data, series, and identify what's going to happen. We are talking about planning capacity, identifying proactive bugs. There was a case, a computer that crashed all the time. We knew when it was going to. 2 days before it crashed, there was a log. And by sequencing the events, the day it was there, we knew there would be a crash. So it helps you have a more assertive troubleshooting of problems.
Aí a gente fala sobre inteligência artificial, mas a arquitetura disso
The architecture
uma certa incógnita, né?
is still very much unknown.
É monte de caixinha que você tem que conectar.
So many boxes that you have to connect and solutions that when together will bring results.
Topologia da nossa brincadeira lá.
This is the true, this is our topology.
Mas eu quero falar sobre as camadas. As camadas, e eu separo elas em 4 camadas.
I divide them into 4 layers in architecture, because we start with data collection. What do we use? What works for us?
A gente começa na coleta de dados.
We start with data collection, and it's very important because this is going to support everything we are going to do. If we use protocols such as GMLE and SMP, we have extraction of telemetry. We use LibreMMS and others to collect operational events. A software that we use a lot to collect large volumes. Use of energy every 10 seconds in the data center. You get a data scalability that is quite high. This is information being stored. Then you go into the second layer, which is the normalization of data. Data have to be different sources, but shown the same way, being compared one against the other. We use Flink to do it, and we store data in database such as Postgres in vectors. The third layer are analytical models. They work on historic data, and we can correlate previous events and future events. Prophet and TensorFlow work quite well, one with historic data, and TensorFlow enabling correlation and prediction of future events. And action. Once identified, what should I do? You are not going to access the router, SSH, you can optimize. We use unspoiled GNME. On Tuesday, we had a presentation about NetBox. We use a lot of NetBox, which is a very powerful tool if appropriately set up. It's not only an IPAN. You can have the topology of your network, your physical, logical topology, rack, energy information of data center. And as you have it, you can guarantee automation. Very important partner during automation. This is the architecture. We run some local models using local GPU. We use that for natural language. I'm going to talk about MCP and N8N orchestrating the connections of the different agents. NetBox is not the only source of information. There are others, but I'll share with you additional information later. Model Context Protocol, MCP. It is a client-server host, and we've talked a lot about it at LACNIC, but it's essential. All information that have been addressed through these topics have to be available to the carrier through LLMs. MCP host hosts the client, which is the WebDY of an LLM. We use, for example, ChatGPT. And the server, which runs on JSON, so we are going to access database, APIs of all the applications that are under investigation. Through LLM, you can interact with all different customers. It's interesting because you have the analytical power of LLM, and you bring some context information. ChatGPT is great, but talk to ChatGPT when it knows that the traffic is too high or the IP is more located to one specific customer in detriment to the others. I think things get better. Let me give you some practical examples here. Let's say in LLM you get a critical warning. Through MCP protocol, you can access historic metrics. You can combine the information you got with your message on your own historical correlation. You don't have to connect system by system. There you have probable cause, impact, recommended actions. You bring the information you have with the analytical capacity of the LLM. For maintenance purposes, we have an example here, a model that detects optic degradation. There was a warning, there was a degradation on a route. You can have a query of the history. Has it happened before? When was there loss of communication? Which were the events that happened? How many fibers ruptured before I got to the level of degradation? You can generate automatic tickets, and you can also schedule the intervention if you have an integration with your scheduling system or the average ticket. An example of assisted operation. Somebody gets into the LLM and asks a question. Why is this PNI with an increased latency or a overuse of traffic? If there is an ICP agent integrated with a flow system, which we're using Alvorado in our case, you can obtain information through the flows, and we will understand why the latency had been going up. Was it overuse? Was it because the traffic has been diverted? And then all information become part of the analytical query. This is an example, a practical example to understand. It's GPT-DAD1, it's our internal GPT. And here we have tools, integrated tools. Some of them very well known by you, such as BeamDB. And through the APIs, you can bring that to your model of local LLM, and then you work with all these information, this information. Our interconnection teams can have access to very fast, well-thought information. Netbox, NetTools. If you want to have a trace router test, a ping or something, the ASP that has contact of ASN is just an example.
Por exemplo, eu fiz algumas questões que eu poderia trazer aqui para não expor informação privada da rede, né? Mas
of course, I excluded the private information, but based on the level, can you tell us what are the doors? Yes, these are the ones. What is the capacity? What is the interface? Then you can ask about traffic history of port so-and-so. So you can only picture how interesting that would be. Another example using NetTools, a scan of doors on address 02501. Right, I'm going to try to get the IP, but it doesn't work. What is the example here? You bring to your LLM internal information, and then you input the information and work with it with something that does not depend on internal information. It's part of the public database. Another example here.
Integration with the NetBox. What are the devices that I have at the website? And you keep asking questions, other queries. Here, you don't see the client's name. Give me traffic information about client X. If the client has a committee, that's the circuit. One single tool, which is LLM, it's useful to an operator to be more assertive. Some other references to MCP, in addition to the official ones that I showed you previously. Here are some of the integrations with NetBox Libra NMS, ISN, ISP, and some Python and JSON codes, which we used internally. That's the address. And if you have any further questions, just come and talk to us.
Eu sei que é simples, mas é para trazer e elucidar pouquinho.
I know that's simple, but it's a way to know what you can do. I know there is still a long way to follow, but I'm sure that that represents a very significant positive impact. We have some issues such as cost, to be dependent on technology.
Você tem que conseguir manter. Os tipos de profissionais são diferentes. Você está falando que você tem que ter.
We have different type of providers. We have to have data scientists. You have to imagine that your network technician that knows about BGP also will have to learn more about Python.
Trabalhar com essas tecnologias e para que elas façam sentido.
So they can make sense. But I'm sure that the positive aspects are much more important than other solutions.
Que é o cara que tem trabalhado com a gente em todas essas implementações, ele que idealizou.
We have, I'd like to thank my friend who helped me with the presentation.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Obrigado, Epáfras. Vamos às perguntas. Douglas?
Questions?
Você foi rápido.
Epáfras, muito bacana. Embora eu estava com você lá no LACNIC, eu só dor não
Although I was with the LACNIC, I didn't have a chance to participate at your prior talk. Congratulations for today.
Ajuda muito em assistir todas as pessoas envolvidas da equipe para
That helps to assist those who are involved into the team to be more assertive, to save time. That is more for internal consumption, which makes so much sense.
Mas uma coisa que eu fico pensando sempre,
but what I keep thinking about,
necessariamente na nossa área, é quando as empresas colocam
when companies they put artificial intelligence to help clients in the support session. I feel like an idiot talking to an AI for support, because that makes me think about a chat box, you know, that were useless. Do you think that would be possible to make that available to clients? Or is that too much more complex for internal consumptions, where they can be more assertive? Is that possible? I think so, but we have much more to do, and it's horrible to talk to a bot which is not well trained or which do not have enough information. In my opinion, training and information is crucial. What is the next obvious step? We don't have a chat, because the main type of client is ISP. If someone is opening a call, they don't care if you reset the router or not. So we have to give them enough room to open the ticket, but not with an email. Otherwise, they're going to say, what's that? So you have to open that ticket with relevant information. Support at Uno will no longer exist, because they open a call without giving any information. They think you have to find that out, to guess it. So that just makes sense once that you have consistent information, that you are able to work with them. You can do it, but before that, you have to train your clients to have the proper information and your agents about your network, especially if they have more specific information about each client. That's much more complex, right? To feed the whole base with the specific information without human interaction. Congratulations for the presentations. It's good to know that we are on the way. I am here representing a city hall of a city in São Paulo. You showed the LLM interaction. And a problem that we see whenever we implement the solution is losing context due to the huge volume that we exchange with the model. And every time that you go through that model and you interact it, and you send a huge volume in, how do you manage and treat that context so the response will still be coherent? How to overcome that? We have just one model, Olama, combined with GPT Enterprise. We didn't have any issues yet because our database is consistent. We updated to a new model, and importing information has not been a problem yet. What do you mean about inconsistent data? You have a problem, you solve it, and that's it? Or if you go back to it, you run in a new context? Well, in a context that I had to train in my new model. Yes, with all information.
A gente pode trocar mais informações depois.
Vou passar no seu stand.
Tá bom.
Wallace da Exa Networks.
I am Wallace from Exa Networks. Artificial intelligence is in the hype. Sometimes it's boring. You have to be well configured so people don't give up on the way. But the solution that you showed us is so nice, a number of components interacting. And I keep asking myself, how about small and middle-sized providers? How can they initiate? And that was a journey which was not done in one day. How can we have this LLM model in the infrastructure so we can have quick information? What is your suggestion? When we started our journey, the first challenge was lack of standardization that we had in our configurations, our systems. For instance, the simple fact that we don't have a consistent interface description to each client would be an issue. So let's start from the basics. We have standards, identify your client. There is a consistent truth being netbox, whatever. You need a consistent source. And once you have that, the solution is not expensive. Buying GP1 today, you're not going to buy age 200, okay. But here we use 3 GPUs. You may buy that from the market. And to stand the parameters in the system is simple. That's not a problem. And to me, the challenge is bad data, trash in and trash out. Thank you. I have 3 quick questions. Did you need any additional training or used the available version? Second, have you been through any Olama migration or ChatGPT? or you're using any prompt technique. And third, how it was to coordinate the internal teams to reach, to bring together all information available to AI.
Nós já fizemos migração de base de dados do Olama. Como eu respondi para a menina da prefeitura.
As I told before,
bastante tranquilo. Fizemos a migração do ChatGPT 4 para o 5 também.
We migrated the ChatGPT from 4 to version 5.
Versão anterior sem problema nenhum. E a
we updated the prior version without any issues.
Coordenação das equipes.
And how we coordinated the teams.
Eu não sei se essa é a hora que eu elogio meu time. Mas a gente tem time muito bacana.
That's the time to compliment my team. They are cool.
Porque isso depende muito da parte de sistemas também.
That depends so much on systems.
Ter o time todo junto comigo.
And to have the whole team with me coordinated to get out of that operational bottleneck that we face every single day, and to have a persistent objectives. Otherwise, our company will not scale up.
Muito obrigado, hein? Valeu.
Mais uma perguntinha. Quanto tempo levou?
How long did it take?
Essa jornada de IA já vai fazer 1 ano e meio. O que é curto tempo, eu considero.
We are in the AI journey for 1 year and a half so far, which is still quite a short time. Thank you for coming and sharing your experience and knowledge.
Bom, vamos ter break agora.
Now it's coffee break. And please be back in half an hour.
Bom, vamos dando continuidade aqui à 15ª Semana de Infraestrutura.
Let's keep going on our 15th week of infrastructure, Internet Brazil, IX Fórum 19. I would like to invite Morales from NIC.br, who will talk about AcceleraNet, capacity building, and update of NIC initiatives.
Vai ser microfone de mão?
É o de mão ou é o...
É o de mão. Faz o seguinte agora, para frente. Volta, se precisar.
Tá bom.
Eu vou ver o que aconteceu.
Ah, tá funcionando. Bom, meu nome é Eduardo Barazal Morales.
My name is Morales, and I am in charge for infrastructure capacity building. And I have over here some reports during 2025, going through some projects. The first one is podcast 8, which we started in 2020. That is a monthly episode. We release every second Wednesday of the month. And this year we are releasing on video episodes. So join us at YouTube. We have 2 or 3 videos, and that should be the new assessment for 2026. We had a rebrand.
Justamente para comemorar os 5 anos que a gente teve aí do podcast que fala
to celebrate 5 years of our podcast talking about network infrastructure. Those who did not have a chance yet, we talk a little bit about entrepreneurship, which is a journey between CGI, Eduardo Parazzo, resilient networks to disasters. We had some novelties. People always want to learn more about what we have in terms of innovation, network troubleshooting, optical networks. Several episodes throughout the year, and you may listen to the old episodes as we try to record them. The idea is that you are able to listen to prior episodes and to learn a little bit more from experts.
Dentro dos nossos highlights aqui que a gente tem no camada 8,
as to the highlights that we have at layer 8, we reached the top 18 in technology. We are among the top fans, 555 people who listen actively the podcast Camada 8. And our best episode was the network troubleshooting. That was the winner of the day. And we keep growing, although we dropped a little bit in comparison to last year. We are doing that on video. And our public now migrates a lot to YouTube. If you don't sign, I hope you do it. 178 episodes. We have a number of streaming platforms. You may sign that on your favorite streaming platform. We are within the top 10 in technology at Spotify, and we have a video production of the episodes. But before that, we started the cuts, over 65,000 visualizations, almost 5,000 followers at Spotify, and in over 20 countries. Then we have an intra-rede program, which is focused on technology and internet infrastructure on a roundtable format where we invite 4 to 5 experts to debate a topic differently. We always try to bring a specialist to complement the other one. And that is a project which concluded 5 years this year. That was presential, and we had to change it to remote format. and that takes place in real time. So these are the topics approached this year in the intranet about green nets. Many people debating the topic. Cloud computing, we talked about troubleshooting techniques, ransomware attacks, Internet of Things, and a little bit of the overview of internet governance with two institutions, ATF, RTF, and how can that collaborate to the future of the internet and development of protocols. Almost 25,000 views.
Dos nossos marcos, a gente pode dizer
and
que a
in
gente
our landmarks, we have 40 recorded episodes with over 350,000 reproductions. And that is we also had a live about troubleshoot techniques. 100,000 followers. That was our highest peak of audience, where we had almost 2,000 people following us lively. So this is a 5-year project which we like so much and which we cultivate to keep going. And then we have another program, which is a week with a number of small workshops, ideally online transmission, where they give a 3 hours class for someone to learn something in depth. We work with theory, practices, and we have a semester project. So this is a network week where we bring new topics every day so you can learn more how to improve your network. We had IPv6 in different environments, followed the technical tests, modern tests at internet, to complement a little bit of our project, which is a project where we test different standards, Wi-Fi 7 for companies, pen tests, and sequestration of prefixes. That was a week with data collection with over 30,000 views. And on the second half, we have focused on something different, such as looking glass. How may you create your own looking glass and offer that as a service to the internet community, so people they can understand better about the internet problems. We had something about logs, network automation, security, and a more different live this year, different from the last ones, where we have a data protection panorama. We invited lawyers, people from the area, to explain to companies, to internet providers, what to do from a legal perspective. In the capacity week, 55 tutorials, 2 virtual exhibition fairs for those that were participating in the tutorials, so they could talk among them. In a way, we try to humanize the contacts in the pandemic. Over 510 reproductions at YouTube. Almost 1,400,000 people in the tutorial and many experts. Let me highlight Citizen in the Network, where we teach more about citizenship digital citizenship, and if people are able to be the replicator of a digital citizen and how to use internet well, being responsible for a proper use of the internet. So we want companies to download the content and to help us to replicate to our employees so we can have better internet to all, working on technical issues, environmental, 15 seconds videos.
Como novidade, traduções. Então a gente agora está colocando
And now the videos are translated into English and Spanish, and we are also getting all the videos produced in the past, and now they are finally translated also on a Reels format. Our videos, they come with a descripted video.
Pensando ali que se você for professor,
if you think that you are a professor, that you are able to complement with more information. 15 seconds is not enough to transmit everything else. So the idea is to capture fast attention by our audience and to add some benefits. We have over 121 videos, companies that support us, where we download and disclose that to contributors, 565 institutions supporting us. The registration is free. Download the video with your logo. BCOP workshop, that is a long-lasting workshop where we work together with the regional X Fórum. They are like sister projects. There were 5 groups this year, one at each region, 159 students, and 103 of them, they belonged to autonomous systems, and that became our focus as well. We have an increasing need of autonomous systems, so we are reaching them. So these are the number of students and the certificate given away. So we altogether 353 providers were trained, so we hope that they will improve their autonomous systems to guarantee a better connection to all. In the past 5 years, over 2,000 students have been trained, and I hope that the students, within time, they get back to our courses because they are constantly being updated. So if you have already been through one of those courses, it would be a good idea to recycle them so we could understand the new technologies that we have in the BCOP course. And after that, we have the IX Forum with several modalities, regional IX Forum, to work in the region where we promote internet exchange that we create in the country, 5 different places, over 563 participants trying to attract autonomous systems to exchange traffic within the IX, 210 participants belonging to ASs. We had the BCOP Forum in Fortaleza with 604 participants, 84 belonged to autonomous systems, and we also had a public sector IX Forum in Brasilia. That is a novelty, as we are trying to add more knowledge to those who work for the public sector, not only to improve their network, but to participate at the internet exchange. That was our first edition, and if you represent the public sector, don't miss it and join us at our next IX forums with the main focus to you.
Speaking of IPv6 course, it's a distance learning course. There was a change this year, a change in platform. We used to have EDX, now we use Moodle. It's offered for free.
We've trained over 5,876 students, and this year we've trained 500 participants. They all have been certified, and we want people to keep on implementing IPv6 so that we can have a level of adoption which is higher. We've already crossed the 50% mark, but maybe we can get to 75%, for example. There have been some partnerships with organizations. If you are one of these organizations and would like to have a partnership with us, this is an opportunity. We've had a partnership with Cisco, courses on CCNA, cybersecurity, Huawei, on Datacom. There is a new course of L2 VPN with Datacom, a partnership with Zabbix, creating a very popular course, a partnership with Ubiquity and Connect Humanity. We are promoting partnership to disseminate knowledge. We always want partnerships for free to improve the technical knowledge. We also have the program called Acelera.net, Speed Up Net. It started in 2024. It's like an accelerator of companies and careers. We are thinking about accelerating internet providers, those that have network infrastructure, and also the professionals operating them. There is a basic course for trainings IPv6, routing, hardening, and DNS. There is another one on effective management. We have a certification test so that you can get the certificate and list it in your CV. We expect companies to really consider that as something important. It is not a vendor, a specific technology, but we focus on the key principles of internet. We focus on topics which are the basis of knowledge of any network manager. We also had one event called Connect.net, focused on networking and making people get to know each other. There were 5 groups this year, over 131 certified students focused on autonomous systems. Some of them are from different ASES. There were total 63 students certified, 150 professionals holding the certificate. Tomorrow in our BCOP forum, we are going to offer the test once again. It's an opportunity for you to take the test and get the certificate. The passing grade is 7. Connect.net, 5 editions, participants from all over, so that you can have better networking. We have our BCOP forum tomorrow. We have a partnership with ICANN, focusing on DNS. We want to have special editions and bring knowledge. We wanted to work with the technology of DNS, introduce it to the community, so we invited ICANN to be part of the forum. Hope you can show up tomorrow. If you can come on site, great. If not, join us online. And it will be great to have you here. We are going to have some international speakers. We're going to tell you more about DNS and best practices using this very important tool. What is our plan for 2026? What are the places that we are going to be next year so that you can find how close you are to any of them? Come and join us. Ribeirão Preto in the state of São Paulo, Palmas in the state of Tocantins, Campina Grande in Paraíba, with BCOP and X Forum. Acelera.net, we are going to Boa Vista, Roraima, Blumenau in Santa Catarina, and Vitória da Conquista in the state of Bahia. And our IX Forum and our Week of Infrastructure, thinking about 2026. These are the dates for Fortaleza, March 24 to 26. Public sector, IX Forum. We wanted really to attract more people from the public sector to come and network with us, understand how we can improve. What the difficulties you've been facing are, come and talk to us. It will be in April. And then we have the Week of Infrastructure already scheduled. Save the date, December 7 to 11. So please save the date and join us. Purchase your ticket, come and join us. And to close, we've been trying to create new courses. One was focused on corporate networks, which is an Achilles heel of many companies. We would like to ask you for your input. What should this course include? We want to address exactly what you need to hear. And your clients. Here we have providers, and sometimes you want to provide IPv6 and customers do not want that because they don't understand. So what should we include? What we should not fail to include? So I need your help. If you have a suggestion, any input, please send us an email. We want to have a course fully tailored to your needs to get to 75% adoption of IPv6 in Brazil. Thank you all very much.
Alô? Obrigado, Eduardo.
Thank you, Eduardo. Questions, anyone?
Temos uma pergunta.
Eu já estava até saindo. É tão difícil ter pergunta num report do ano.
There are rarely questions, but yeah. I don't have a question, but I would like just to ask for some clarification. NIC.br for many years has been sharing knowledge through forums, courses, CGI. But not everyone is aware of that. I've been benefited by all your events. I've been part of so many of your events. I liked what Jacinto said in the previous panel. As NIC.br is a civil society organization, I think it would be recommended that you follow what's going on in Brazil, the government, because considering the volume of your work, you deal with security strategy, I think. So I think you should keep up with all the changes that are going on in Brazil. I don't care where they come from, but I think you should have a greater focus on on the initiatives of Brazil, because that kind of freedom that we have here of talking, of interacting would prevail. But things can always change. If there is a new president, if there is a new board. So I think you have to be very close to all the initiatives in Brasilia, in the federal government, so that that neutrality of NIC.br can be maintained. The structure of NIC.br should remain as is. So I think you need to monitor closely whatever is being decided in Brasilia. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Very relevant indeed. And I like to hear someone from the community saying that to us, because it's no use simply being there. We need your support. You are the community. If you see value in what we do, the services we provide to you, please support us. Please help us. Please join us to advocate for the model we have. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Eduardo.
Dando continuidade aqui na nossa programação, agora eu queria convidar o...
I would like to invite now Antônio Moreiras with NIC.br. He's going to tell us about the new interface of NIC.br.
Alguns, pelo menos. Bom, vamos lá. Pessoal, se vocês puderem diminuir o reloginho aqui, que eu preciso enxergar a tela. Preciso enxergar a apresentação aqui na tela, por favor. Ou tirar o reloginho. Tirar não é uma boa ideia.
I would like to see my presentation here on the screen, please.
Dois slides sobre o NIC e o CGI, mas vamos passá-los porque já
We've already talked about NIC, CGI. We've talked extensively about that, so I guess we can go ahead.
Pessoal da mesa, tem como tirar o... obrigado. Legal. Bom, vocês devem ter percebido que a gente mudou...
You've probably realized that we've changed the interface of MyIAX. We sent an email. You've probably accessed it by now and realized it has changed. But I would like to attract your attention to some of the things that the interface contains.
O que é o meu IX, né? A gente apelidou...
What is MyIX, meu IX? We've been calling it a dashboard because it contains some additional information. It goes beyond ticket management. It now contains information that have been added.
Tem informação do quê? Dos recursos contratados, dos recursos que o...
Describes the contracted services, contracted resources. For example, physical connection with IAX, shared or independent ports and gates, what services are provided through them, such as ATM, bilateral VLANs, SIP IAX. And it also contains information about traffic on the ports, prefix in LG, IX status, pending payments. All of that has been fully integrated in one single interface. And this is why we've been calling it a dashboard. Now tickets are open in a different way according to a specific context. And we also have requests of binding initiatives and signature of contracts, all integrated within one single interface. My.ix.br. First change, password. Everyone had to go into and log in again. We now have a key cloak. The login had different systems, OpenCDN, was a non-conventional solution to use the same login of ix.br. Now things are much better integrated. And soon we are going to have a second authentication factor. It can be used. I use it myself. And this is the screen as an example. You can use the Google Authenticator or similar apps as a second authentication factor. It increases security of your login
Of course, two-factor authentication increases security. It's a market trend, of course. A second point is the unification with the login of AES portal. This is where you can see CMAT server, CMAT tests, and others. They are not integrated yet, but we are moving towards that migration.
Então, repetir isso aqui. Bom, vocês viram que eu capturei algumas telas ali de propósito?
Here we have some screenshots.
Celular. Foi de propósito.
Just using, getting it from a mobile phone, just to show you that the system runs in smartphones, small screens, and the computer screens. It's more comfortable to use it on the computer screen. That's what I like, but you can use also in your mobile devices, and it's going to work fine. This is the new dashboard. Let's go through some points here. First, if you click on top on the left, user, you are going to be able to learn about some information from your account. You can change password or update your own contact information.
This is the screen with the contact information. You may update your full name, telephone number, and the analyst will have access to that information, which will speed up the need for any additional direct contact. So please all take a look at the information and keep them as updated as possible. You may also click on changing password. That's also possible. How about interface use? First of all, you have to choose which ASs where you are going to be logged in. You won't be able to see all the ASs, just those to which you are related to, or those that you are able to open for a call. Many people will have just one AS, one location, and many other people will have more than one AS or more than one locality of the NIC.br, and all the rest will be related to that AS in that place. In my example, I use AS 61580, which is the Open CDN Belo Horizonte. You choose the city, the AS, the search button. You have few information that you may see, such as the traffic, which is the information we had before. They just changed the format. Instead of having the MRTG screen, we have a more beautiful visualization. With a zoom, we may click it to increase or to have a better visualization. But the information is the same, collected by the VLANs. We might exchange that information to one that will come from different collections. Today, we don't have traffic information of all autonomous systems in all VLANs. In the future, we will. Status blog, the location that you choose with a shortcut with the same information if you access the status blog, and then the looking glass related to the AS. Which prefixes are you announcing, and the number of prefixes received by the hot service and accepted by it. the number of receivables and accepted ones in my example, they are the same. If you have a number of received prefixes and accepted, it means that the route server is using some prefixes that is on a policy which is not accepted, such as a private IP or anything which will invalidate the RPA. Out server will get your ad, your advertisement, and that will be different. That is a quick way to know if everything is fine with your ads in the route server of the locality. Right below this first line, we have a second one with information that represents interactions of open calls, calls which were not answered yet. Let's say you are in the middle of a call with the Nokia team, activation team, someone activates, you did not answer yet, so you're going to see there. The same applies for the number of open calls. That is an alert where you have to look and respond. And then there are two larger buttons, which is the activation of a new IX, where you're going to get to a new location, or ask for an independent connection. You are going to open a normal call as before, but that is a new IX connections. We prefer connection we prefer the call. One is more used in telco and the other one more in the internet segment. So use link instead of connection. That was on purpose to show that NIC.br is dealing with the internet infrastructure and not telecommunications infrastructure, and maybe to use the user, to vinculate the user to an autonomous system. That is quite small. I'm not going to cover step by step because my time is almost up. But if you click on activation, you are going to open a modal where you are going to fulfill the information of your new activation, the place, the type of port, if it's a 6.1, how many, what is the capacity. And if you open the USN users tab, there will be an area where you're going to search for that with two options. What to use? The ASN contact for authorization or a manual relation made by the NIC.br. If the autonomous system is Brazilian and allocated by the BR registration, we may update that. And one of the contacts will authorize the relation to IX. And it's going to say the user with email X is authorized to represent ASXX in the NIC.br system. The other option, which is a manual one, it didn't change at all the way as it works. That is for autonomous systems which were not allocated in Brazil, and for any reason we cannot pull that information easily. And then we need a manual authorization with external verification to understand that that user really represents that autonomous system. In case of That is just used in international cases, or if anyone has any other severe issues. And another novelty of the system is to show the resources in the NIC.br. The older system didn't show anything. There was no visualization of how many doors, which IXP, except if you search for your calls histories. Now that information is organized and retrieved from its main source. We got organized in the past years to have a single net box with a plugin with IX users information, and that is removed from that source, which is exactly the same that they are using by engineering and infrastructure. If they are correct, there is a severe problem, and we have to be told about that. The important thing is to visualize, that is key. And for opening a call, where there are two types of information.
Porta ou agregado? O que é isso? São as ligações
port or aggregated, what are those? They are physical links. They are the doors. And if you are using a 6, you won't see it. Why? Because you don't have your own individual door in the IX, which is allocated to another autonomous system, to another company. You are just going to see those allocated for you, but you also see the services that you have. And what type of services are those? The bilateral VLANs and ATMs, with a list of the services, with a designation and some properties such as MAC address, which is released. You have the IP that we supply to you for a connection with the route server, BGP route server, and so on and so forth. And then you have the buttons next to it for each one of the services to open a call. It's important that you set the context, like I have a problem at the door, I have a general problem which seems to be physical and not a specific issue in a bilateral VLAN, but the IX is not working in São Paulo, for instance. So I'm going to go to that bit that indicates what's the best way to explain that.
Os demais serviços e recursos que estão abaixo e abro o chamado lá em
cima. And then I open a call below all other resources by exchanging MAC, exchanging PICs, velocity alterations, deactivation. And next to it, there is a box with an exclamation mark. And those are the so-called problems. It's not working, there is a package loss.
Problema específico numa VLAN
or
bilateral.
There is a specific problem in a lateral VLAN. Or a specific action. Then I'll go in a specific button of that resource and open the call that. Ideally, we should avoid mistakes and to turn that more natural. If that is a general issue, fine. If it's a case of a resource expansion, change of MAC, you open for a specific call.
aqui mais. Daí, se você descer pouco mais na interface, você tem a parte de chamados.
Going down on the interface, you have the calls, which is divided in 3 bits. We have the exclusive calls for your autonomous systems. We have the shared calls and the bilateral ones. NCP-IX. More than autonomous system, it has to interact. And there are calls who are not related to the autonomous system, but to their users, which are for doubts. NOC-G, general, G for general. They are not related to your AOS. You may call, even if you have no more relation to that. They are more generic calls. That's why they are on the 3rd column. And if you click on the button, you are able to interact. The ticket system is still the same one. We did not change that system yet. We just changed the interaction interface among them. And the last part of the interface, which is the most polemic of all, and which is not very clear, and which we have to make some changes, which are the pending segments to autonomous systems. Many people think that is a way of management users to autonomous systems, and that is a fair confusion due to the place where that is in the interface, but not quite. That maybe should be somewhere else on the interface, on the user's information change, because these are requests that your user made with different ASs, or maybe the same AS. One of them maybe could be accepted, but not all those binds or links. And we have 2 links requests.
A gente vai refazer muito em breve.
So we have to rework this interface a bit because it's not very clear, generating more confusion than any additional benefit. We have a system of registration where you update AS commercial contacts, E6 commercial information if you are a transit participant, I6, I mean, all the information that we have in the users' registrations in the public IX website that was already available, and it works similarly, but we still have to make some fine adjustments, but it's very close to the previous interface. And integrated to that, we have a payment system, which didn't change much in comparison to the old one. The only difference is that the layout of those last ones are a little bit different, but they are integrated in the same login system, in the same menu system.
Para abrir aquele chamado de NOC geral,
and to open a general NOC call, you go to the left side of the menu, you click on questions, and a new call will be opened. This is what I suggest in case you have questions, suggestions about the interface. Open a call, a general call, which is not related to AS, that will be sent to me by my team. And this is my contact information and my developmental team information, contact information. Your comments are always very much welcome. We are open to your suggestions. Thank you, Julio.
Alô. Obrigado, Moreiras.
Thank you, Moreiras.
Você pode pegar uma cadeira aí. Agora a gente tem o Fale
Well,
com
now we have our session Talk to IX.
Então, queria convidar o Moreira já está aí, o
Moreira's
Fábio,
there.
Milton,
Let me invite Fabio and Milton,
Regis, Salvador.
Rodrigo Regis.
Galvão, por que você não está aqui? Não, vamos lá.
Join us, Galvão.
Não, vem cá, Galvão. Você é um cara importante, vem cá. Bom, gente, essa é um período aqui do
This is a
evento
session open to
quer
you.
conversar com vocês, tirar dúvidas, o
We
microfone
want
está
to answer
aberto.
your questions. The microphone is open to
Quem
you.
quiser perguntar, criticar,
If you have a
sugerir.
question, if you want to make any criticism or make suggestions.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Bom, parabéns de novo aí. E esse ano eu queria parabenizar
This year,
especialmente.
I would like to congratulate, and I've talked directly to him. Last year,
Eu fui uma das pessoas que
I was one of the persons
pessoalmente virei para o Fábio e disse assim:
that said,
você não vai conseguir
Fabio,
fazer isso.
you
Você
won't
não
be
vai
able to
virar
do
rede
it.
para EVPN com essa
No, you
vocês têm
cannot
lá,
have
porque
a
é muita
VPN
coisa
network.
para
It's
ser
too
feita.
much to be
Mas tudo bem,
done.
eu estou com você.
But
Pode fazer.
okay, I can
E se der algum
support you.
problema e alguém
If there
tiver,
is
eu tô
any
aqui para defender,
problem,
assim
I'm
como eu tô aqui
here
para
to
xingar. Então, assim,
defend you and help you.
parabenizar porque foi feito. Todos
So
os problemas que a gente
congratulations.
tinha,
All
eu
the
tinha
problems
com
that we had, that I had
em SP4 nós não temos
in
mais.
SP4, we don't have
Tá muito
anymore.
mais estável do que
It's
estava
much more stable
Então,
than it
aqui é
used to
mais
be.
agradecimento mesmo.
So I would like
E
really to
parabenizando
thank you,
o Fábio, claro que toda a equipe dele,
congratulate Fabio
por
and
tudo
his
que foi
team
feito, tá?
for everything that has been done.
Agora, só duas coisas que eu vi e é sobre o painel,
Now,
Moreira.
two things that I saw.
O painel novo ficou legal, eu testei
The
lá no
new
começo,
dashboard's good. I
tive
tested
algumas
it.
dúvidas depois.
I had some
Mas
questions,
assim,
but
por exemplo, coisas que eu achei que seriam básicas, que seriam
things that
colocadas
were
que é mesmo, por
basic
exemplo,
and would be
desvincular
there.
um usuário.
If
Dar
I
o meu
want to
exemplo
unlink a
aqui,
user,
vestindo a camiseta de tele e consultoria.
if
Nós
a
devemos
tele
ser gestor
consultant,
de uns 100 ASNs.
we manage maybe 100 ASN.
Tem cliente que sai, tem cliente que
But there are
entra. E a
clients
gente
who
não tem
leave,
um botão
others
para a gente clicar
come,
lá e falar assim,
and there is no
desvincular.
button that we can use
Desvincula
to
a conta
unlink
Telec desse cliente.
Telec
Algumas
from this
coisas simples a gente está
client.
mandando para vocês.
And this is
E aí o
something
cliente, às
simple
vezes,
that I
começa a
have to
interagir
ask you
lá,
to do.
vem um
Sometimes the
e-mail para
customers
nós, nós
start
não temos mais
interacting, we get an email and we
vínculo
don't
com
know
aquilo.
anything.
Outro ponto é pedindo mais uma vez, e aí eu vou
Once
falar
again,
agora, tocar na ferida mais chata que é os outros já têm
others have
automação da
it.
VLAN bilateral.
Automation of bilateral VPN.
Já está pronto.
You have a netbox, it's
Falta
ready.
isso. A fonte da verdade é o netbox.
The netbox is the source of truth.
E acho que é a coisa mais simples aí vocês automatizarem, porque hoje fica
It's
esse
so much easier to automate it,
eu
right?
vi que antigamente se usava muito aquela metro tag para cliente 6.
We use the meta tag for 6 customers. Now you have VLAN,
E estava tudo certo.
and everything
Hoje eu
was
vejo que
fine.
vocês deixaram de usar um pouco essa metro
Today I
tag, pelo
can
menos
see
os novos 6 eu não tenho visto
that you are
mais
not
o
using
uso
it
da
in
metro
the
tag,
new
mesmo que seja um 6
ones.
com 15, um 6 com 15 ASNs.
Sometimes with 15 ASNs, and there is that big mess.
Fala com o transporte.
Talk to transportation, talk to him and her.
Me dá um range agora. Aí
Give
passa
me a
fica
range.
5 dias para subir uma VLAN bilateral. Eu queria entender de vocês. Então aí, se é possível colocar
I would like to check whether we can have that button to separate the link. And why aren't you using MetroTech anymore? Is it something that I won't see?
O botão de desvincular é a parte mais fácil, a gente vai pôr.
Yeah, having that button to separate the links, it's fine.
Tá no roadmap.
It's in our roadmap, you see?
Fábio responder.
Now Fábio can answer the rest. The VLAN button is okay. The problem is automation, right?
Só queria completar, não é só o botão de desvincular.
It's not only the button to set apart you and the users.
O cara com autoridade de gerenciamento de
But
usuário,
the person that is going to manage users
Isso é muito melhor. Isso é muito melhor.
para outros usuários, tipo, o cara do
will
administrativo vai receber
determine who is going to do it, right?
a gente separar. Hoje a gente não tem isso, então
We don't have access to that.
Então assim, a parte de administração de usuários ainda não foi feita.
Users management hasn't been done yet. It's not only a button, right? But I prefer what Julio said. Now I don't want a button. I want to know what Julio said. First, the button that you asked first. Probably. You have both things. Maybe we need more time. I don't know.
Mas a gente vai trabalhar num sistema de
But we can work in a system of users management. The administrator in the .br register can be the general administrator and then can delegate that functions to someone else to open calls. Someone can administer open CDN. The other will administer contract and payment. We can work in a system like that. Okay?
Eu não diria só pela bilateral, diria troca de MAC address também.
I would say MAC Adams exchange as well, okay? Prefix? Prefix is done yet. Prefix are automated. Isn't there a validation? Because there were 300. But it has to go through someone's approval. Yeah, this is done manually, but the configuration is automatic.
Assim, eu acho que deu para entender que
well, I got your point, okay?
Pensando em automação, certo?
We've been thinking about automation.
A gente não está indo numa direção que não dê para automatizar.
We are not going towards a direction that you cannot automate, of course.
Troca de equipamento é baseada nisso.
Equipment and change are based on that, or modeling, database.
Então, com certeza é o que a gente está pensando em fazer.
This is exactly what we've been thinking about. Automated, VLAN, self-service, okay, to all of you, which makes sense, of course. I cannot say exactly when, but it's in our roadmap. Is it easier or more difficult to migrate? Yeah, maybe it's more difficult. I don't know. You also have to think what locality, what place we are talking about. We are in a place of changing equipment in some localities, in some geographies, and not all of them would support that level of automation. These are all things working together. I always think about 1 more tera. Porto Alegre, Rio, Fortaleza, and São Paulo. Yes, we've been working on it.
E as metro tags, elas acabaram?
What about metro tags? Are they over? Because the new ones I don't see activated like that. You just ask and we can have it here. I didn't know it was that easy. I'll start asking it for our clients because we do have this problem. All that kind of conversation that I have to take clients to Bahia. And now we have to transport them through metro tag.
Beleza, então. Obrigado, pessoal. Obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Douglas, levanta, Douglas.
Douglas, come on.
Eu gostaria de falar que eu vou procurar a sociedade protetora dos
I'll look for
que são bloqueados no microfone pelo Júlio.
The society of those that protect people from giving their opinion. I'm kidding. Building up on what Corazza has just said,
I also said it wouldn't work, but you did it. Congratulations. I was glad to be wrong. And I have no problem to acknowledge that I was wrong. Surprisingly, you did it. Congratulations. Automation, overlay, things move hand in hand. Really amazing. What I can tell you is,
a gente trabalha atendendo diversas empresas e
I work with different companies, and I cannot say it's a problem with IX. Yes, this is not an acceptable excuse anymore. And this is great, isn't it? I'm really glad, and I thank you.
parabenizo, mas eu agora vou voltar em temas antigos. Tem uma
Now let
camiseta
me go back to old topics. There is a photo of Moreiras where it says jumbo frame and black hole.
Vamos deixar bem claro. Black hole mesmo.
Real through black hole.
São assuntos que a gente deixou, tirou de
These are topics that we stopped talking about because we knew there was no agreement, so to speak.
Isso aí para mim não é um problema. E eu imagino que agora
So I suppose now
que agora isso possa voltar.
We can go back to this topic, especially black hole, and I suppose it would be applicable at the entry port at level 12. I think it's flow spec, if I'm not mistaken.
Jumbo frame nas velas
Jumbo frame in bilateral layers. Jumbo frame in mid and long-term expectations. Can it come into the discussion, yes or no? I know you have different fabrics and different capacity in different geographies. And I think to some extent it has all been normalized. Do you have in your portal something that say, yes, we can do it here, not here, there? It's expected, right? Maybe we can generate expectations. Well, São Paulo has it. Now I'm going to ask you to do that in IX Cascavel. We know it's not going to work, right? But is that clear to those that use your service? Jumbo, black hole, and some information about which localities have which resources. Kayaks is just in São Paulo, but can be also in the future.
Eu acho que para começar é isso. Depois a gente
That's it.
volta a perguntar de novo.
And maybe I'll have more questions later.
Isso está na minha lista negra.
Bom, acho que as respostas vão ser as mesmas, né? A gente é assim, ó.
That's it.
As coisas estão bem, mas precisamos ter cuidado.
Things are going fine, but we have to be careful with performance, with equipment behaviors. Jumbo frame has always been an issue to many of us as to equipments, etc. We may recover that. We may unify the VLANs of the ATM.
Não tem, a gente já está decidido isso.
That is defined and decided. We are afraid of changes, especially in São Paulo, as how the network equipments are going to answer. We cannot test. If we are going to test it, you are not going to like it. And doing that outside or to the manufacturer, is that going to work fine or not? In São Paulo's network, we cannot reproduce outside. What is your fear? Just for the equipment behaviors or participants turning the internet exchange on an Ethernet exchange? Is there a concern, or they do whatever they want with the port? I am not afraid about the application. What I am scared about, it's about packages, memories, priorities.
Por que eu volto nessa provocação do black hole?
Why do I get back to the black hole? One of the natural internet demands is to expand.
Mais 20 anos, em algum momento vai começar, certo? Eu acho que vai começar. Sim, claramente eu tenho certeza disso.
I'm clear about that. And as to black hole, to work on the destiny field of the frame of layer 2 that is already consolidated and multiple other IXs, including the vendor and many others. And if they use it properly, we are going to get correct results without affecting equipments that are ongoing somewhere else. No other IXP is as large as ours.
Exatamente por isso que... Então, mas a escala é diferente, toda mudança, a gente tende a sempre comparar com outros XPs.
We tend to follow other IXs, but the specificities of São Paulo, they are not comparable at all.
Realmente, tudo que a gente, é o que o Júlio falou, tudo que é feito é muito bem pensado, muito bem, assim,
everything is really well done.
Para não criar mais problemas. A gente quer manter,
we want to avoid additional problems, to have a stable network. It's important to evolve, of course, but we have to understand the type of equipment that we are using, the size of the network, the number of participants.
E nem sempre os outros XPs estão acostumados.
Vou só fazer comentário. Essa questão
I have a comment. I'm not a deep expert on IX, but I guess it's going to be more comfortable once we no longer have two VLANs, where we may avoid multiple VLANs. We are going to increase the size of the equipment. That is not a problem. Let's unify the VLANs. Let's put that in the roadmap.
É isso. O que, com relação à unificação das VLANs,
as to the unification of the VLANs, that is a challenge, undoubtedly.
Uma pergunta é, qual é o planejamento que está para isso?
And
o que vai acontecer? Aonde vai acontecer?
What is ahead? Where will that start from? Cascavel, São Paulo City? What is the roadmap for that? Any new site are smaller IXPs.
Muito provável que Brasília seja o primeiro caso, porque é caso que a gente já tem consolidado com o VPN.
And Brasília is going to be the first case where we have that already consolidated. I don't think that is going to take too long. I mean, it will probably be by next year, and we might do that somewhere else. São Paulo, well, I'm not quite sure if they are in that group because they require more complexity, but we still have to discuss about that.
quando botar os painel, bota mais tempo para pergunta, senão a gente fica brigando.
Não, o problema é que o relógio anda muito rápido.
Yes, I mean, time flies. We have a few minutes left. What are we going to have and where?
A gente está no nosso roadmap a questão das automações.
Automation is in our roadmap.
A minha vontade é assim, a gente tem automação onde a gente
We have automation at the places where we have equipments that will support VPLS or others. They have all the features ready to go for automation. L2, we are not going to have it because we're going to exchange all places. This year, 12 different sites. We bought equipment for 2026. We want to change all of them. It's very troublesome to have different things. We don't want to spend time with the L2 automation, whereas it's much easier doing that for a new technology.
Sobre o black hole que o Fischer falou, eu acho muito interessante se talvez dedicar um pouco de recurso e energia.
Maybe we should dedicate some time and resource for that. That would be useful. If I were you, I would start somewhere else, not São Paulo, maybe another region to be replicated. That can be very useful in a long run to many people. Increase of MTU, that's interesting. Although I get stressed about buffering and other things, in addition to another concern which is less technical, which is to change the use of IX. If they are in two different peaks, in two different ASNs, I don't know if that would contribute somehow. But on the other hand, we have to try to do something, otherwise we will always be in doubt because there are some additional benefits to it. But I have another question. Yesterday, I quite liked the infrastructure engineering talk, and that you said that the 400 doors, they are kind of full, they are saturated, and it's good to see that you are in the proper timing. But that is increasing fast. So they are going to use the 800. That's not going to last not even for 2 years. And now my question, do you have any metrics? Now that we have the regional internet exchange points, which are more region with open CDN, with more participants, with more traffic exchange, have you ever tried to measure at what extent the traffic that was priorly consumed in São Paulo and how much in other cities, and what's the distribution of load? I know that cannot be very easy, but it would be a good idea to see how much of that traffic is migrating and the connected regional IX consuming more traffic from them and not so much from São Paulo, although they are connected to São Paulo.
Não sei, assim, eu de vez em quando faço alguns cálculos, algumas
Now and then I make some estimates and calculations, but what I usually see is an increase in traffic at other sites, and we keep on seeing traffic increase in São Paulo.
É que assim, mesmo com limpeza de base, diminuição de participantes,
even decreasing the number of participants, more and more We get new ASs which start in São Paulo. I have a chart that I follow. I check the total broadband in São Paulo and I divide it by the name of ASNs, and that number keeps growing, never gets steady.
Eu não sei se o Moreiras ou o Rodrigo aí tem.
I don't know if Moreiras or Rodrigo have anything else to add.
Lá atrás, vamos supor, 10 anos atrás,
10 years ago, São Paulo traffic was responsible for 80% of our total traffic. That went down to 65% now, which is good. 65% São Paulo, and then Fortaleza and Rio de Janeiro with a considerable percentage, and all other sites representing the rest of the volume and their percentage. We can clearly see it. And there are some additional international ASNs, and they are the first ones to get into São Paulo hub. Probably that will increase the number in São Paulo, and other sites will have a decrease. We have to remove São Paulo, Rio, Fortaleza, Brasília and Porto Alegre. No, I did not take Brasília out. Just those sites where there are contents, where there is content, CDN, and what an aggregated point of traffic or exchange point of traffic would be.
Tirando essas 4 localidades, tera a mais aí, né? Então dá para ter uma ideia. Assim,
out of those 4 sites, which have 1 additional tera, you can tell how much that is been positive. Yes, the OpenCDN now is closer to 800 gigas if we sum up all places. I think I estimated 500, 800. Well, that is a higher percentage. Maybe we could try to find out that network carriers which they manage routers connected to more than one IX in the backbones, if they are trying to verify if the content traffic comes from the closer IX with the less latency, and the necessary adjustments are being made to prioritize the closer IX and not São Paulo. So it would be a good idea that network carriers or operators, they could be aware of that. That is Milton's big dream, the big brother of the wrong ASs. We run different from any other international location. Our territory is huge. We have a high concentration in the state of São Paulo. Internet exchange points were designed. We are closing now our last capital of the country. That means that all Brazilian states are going to have your internet exchange point. There are some capitals that from economic perspective, they are less attractive than other, even smaller cities, which already have their IXPs. And OpenCDN is a new bet, a strategic bet, which we want to come up straight. We wanted that to become a reality, better saying. The CDN's engagement is not yet within the expected and desirable rhythm, but we expect to get positive results in the future, thanks to the entry of new CDN casts, which are not the traditional ones, which will represent a differential to those that have cash in their networks, and the Open CDN project will become more attractive to many more people. We also know that the Open CDN project is a cost-shared project, and we understand that if we work with real costs in the beginning, the price to be charged will be very competitive to many. We are going to have a more futuristic projection of that site where the traffic must reach a certain capacity in the near future. And that Open CDN project has to grow. Just like several other partnerships which are offering space of data center to us for free, offering free bands, but we are also investing money for the cost of the infrastructure to be smaller. And we are working on IPv6 incentives, where the traffic that we have in the Open CDN in IPv6 is not charged. So these are actions which will try to have a better geographical distribution of the content. The CDN offers made within their networks is not a guarantee that that cache will be geographically distributed accordingly. We truly believe that the 39 exchange points we have, they have a greater likelihood to receive the Open CDN project. We are working with the big ones, especially in those locations which CDN is more interested into, but we suppose that everyone has a chance to be included within this Open CDN project. But your collaboration is key. You have to understand our future perspectives, so you may participate in the internet exchange points, and then we'll be able to work in such a way where costs related to the project will be low. And that's exactly what we do to guarantee internet of quality all over our Brazilian territory. We have to have a future perspective, and we hope and count on your support and collaboration.
Olá, sou a Yubi da Sage Networks e eu tenho números sobre o papo que o
Yubi about Sage Network. I have something to say not about traffic but routes. I had the opportunity of go to the regional school of networks, and graduate and undergraduate students are investigating that. Concerning routes, I tried to find the study to tell you for sure. I'm just saying on top of my head. In IX São Paulo routes and in Rio, there was 92% match, and also for Fortaleza. It means that IES connected in Fortaleza and Rio will reach 92% of the routes. That was a student from the university that made that survey. The second number about traffic engineering. They looked for the announcements in Fortaleza and São Paulo, IX, São Paulo and Fortaleza. Which of them were ISP, not ASN, that could be GPN cache, and what was the same in both places? If it's a prefix /24, 1,000 kilometers away, someone is not doing traffic engineering. So he started comparing what are those that have traffic engineering reducing magnetism in different IX, always comparing the same participant in São Paulo and Fortaleza. And most participants didn't do it. So the community still have to know how to do it. And this is what I've seen, a huge potential of traffic because 92% of the routes are present. So talk to Pedro Marcos Federal School in Rio Grande, Regional School of Networks. This is where the numbers come from.
Frediani, só para agregar pouco no que você falou a respeito das questões aí dos upgrades que a gente tem feito, né, de 400 GB, agora futuramente 800. Agregado a todo esse contexto.
You see, combined with all this context of engineering and all the elements you mentioned, even though it seems that the EIX in São Paulo is a matrix of traffic management, there is a constant effort of having the data center interconnect. We are constantly concerned about technologies available at that moment, supporting all the interconnection.
Fazendo com que seja uma única matriz on-block, né?
So that it would be one single on-block matrix.
Eu vim fazer coro aqui pro Frediani.
I'm here to echo Ferdinand about the size of São Paulo.
E perceber facilmente que falta pouco de engenharia de tráfego por parte
I think there is some traffic engineering still missing. We all work very hard for IX to be that big. We are very proud to have it in São Paulo as the largest in the world. Brazil is large, but Europe, for example, if you add Amsterdam, Frankfurt, and London, they are larger than São Paulo, which means that the content in that geographic region is much better distributed than in Brazil, which is fully concentrated in São Paulo. It's a given, right? We all know it. We don't have to say it again. And maybe if we had a third, fourth, or fifth center, great. What my point is, you are a super team. You are so knowledgeable, extremely professional, but I think you need a peering coordinator. Julio is a great coordinator, Nevan, Moreiras, all of you, all your team. I am not here to look down on you, but I think you still need someone who is analyzing route table. If 92% of prefix are in São Paulo and in Fortaleza, why is the traffic so concentrated in São Paulo? Are all providers in the south and southeast region, or should that traffic have migrated to the northeast region? The work that Pedro is doing is excellent. I had also worked with Milton to have the super tool to work with that, but I think that in addition to tools and softwares, the team still needs a key person who is not looking inside the infrastructure, but someone who is exposed and propose daily improvements with ISPs. My 2 cents.
Pedro, é assim, Pedro.
You see, Pedro, what we've been trying to do is to have data to work with them. We've been building tools to work on what you've just said. Without tools, it's no use having people, having coordinators. We work in different fronts where we can detect deficiency. Training is a very important aspect. Instrumentalization. Many projects that we consider and that we work with, maybe not as much as I would like to, but
We are only going to have a good, high-quality internet if everyone is at the same page. We need knowledge. We need instruments to see what's going on. Routing is difficult to different providers. Traffic engineering, wow. We know it, but I don't think that having a person wouldn't solve the problem. I don't think the person would be able to convince provider A and B to do this or that without the appropriate instrument. That wouldn't become a reality.
Já que a gente está aqui na hora de pedir, aproveitando você falou do instrumental.
As you've been talking about instrument, and we've heard the academia, we've heard from the academia. Something that we see happening in other IX or IXP is data opening. There are some IXPs that you can see Grafana and understand what's going on. Data are sanitized, but they are not hidden.
Nessa linha do que foi falado, é 92% das rotas, mas
92% of the routes, but the routes, maybe 3% of that would be much more traffic, I think. Maybe you can open somewhat more. This is not going to be done overnight, of course, but we asked things 5-10 years ago, and it's happening. So open, share the information. I know it may compete with SARA, which is under Scepter, but what could be exposed and shared so that works that were referred to here could bring even further decision-making power for those that are thinking about traffic engineering here or there? That's a request I have of you. Consider that for the future so that we can celebrate it happening in the near future.
Comentário, assim, eu acho que ainda Rio de Janeiro e Fortaleza.
Rio and Fortaleza cannot be compared with São Paulo. It's just OpenDB. You cannot say, well, 92% of the routes. Yeah, maybe. But there is no content there. There's not the content that we have in São Paulo. There is no Google and a number of other CDNs. Maybe in some years, situation will be different. You can go to Fortaleza and see all the data centers being built, but there is still a considerable difference. Well, I guess we should wrap up. Milton, any closing remarks? Well, I guess you can close. It's okay. But still, I'm going to say something, of course. I don't know if you've realized, but the event this year that we approached different topics that have been affecting providers and may end up affecting us, especially concerning what's going on in the Brazilian Congress. Repeating what Demi said in his opening remarks, we need collaboration. Internet is a collaborative effort. We are only going to have a good internet if we work as part of a collaboration effort. Julio? Thank you, Milton. If you still have the simultaneous translation headset, please do not fail to return them. I would like once again to thank the support of the Superintendents of Technology and Information Technology at the University of São Paulo and our sponsors.
Reach Networks, Telec, Rede Uno, Leia Digital, Google, Equinix, Nokia, CDN Star, WZ Tech, Vital, NTT Data, GPS Global, Sage Networks, Paritech, Siena, Nexus Guard, Ultranet, Dubo, Sirium, Precision Solution, ConnectWay, Abrint, Zap Telecom, Altelecom, Netflix, Electronet, Ugar, Select, Talion, Ascent, Abranet, Fort Technology. I would like to invite you to follow us tomorrow, BCOP Forum, with BCOP ICANN. It's a special edition on DNS. It's going to be here tomorrow in the morning. And that's it. Thank you all very much for your participation during our IX Forum 19 and hope to see you next year. Thank you all very much. Have a nice evening.